this to me. I don't want to have to. Did I break the whole fucking thing? I might have broke the whole thing.
Could you do this?
Oh, I see how I broke it. Hold on. So, like, everybody can just hear me talking. But I know what I did to break it, and I'm going to unbreak it real quick so this shit. What I did is, to keep things organized better, I renamed all of the scenes to, like, AA starting, AA main, AA alerts. Because, like, I had to make sure I had everything in order. But I forgot to update the shit with it, so it didn't do it. So now, will the button work? Let's see. Oh, I think it did. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And then music should fade out, so it wasn't a hard transition. Eh?
Yeah, it did a cool thing.
Hey, it did a cool thing. I did my job for the
Now
night.
remembering
Good night,
to
everybody.
open up Sirenscape.
I do have to do Sirenscape still. I haven't done that. But what I was going to say before I decided to switch over and say it live was that I updated the character sheets. I made Nell a little shorter. I made Thrain a little taller. And everybody has little customized effects now instead of it just being like the little starburst that was on there. So everybody's done enough shit that I can kind of make things specific for them. So everybody has a custom thing.
Skulls!
I was going to do bells, but I couldn't get bells that looked good. It looked corny as shit. So I was like, all right, we'll stick with skulls. Yeah, so we're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. It is an interactive stream, but interactions really only work on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, you can still chat. We can still hang out and all that good stuff. But if you want to be able to actually do like the real interactions, that's all on Twitch until YouTube steps up their API and allows for like simple shit to happen. Like it can't even track if someone subs on there, which I find really weird. But yeah, and then players next week. I think I'm gonna switch over from Sirenscape to a program called Describe, which Sin has been using on our campaign. The other one, the Floating Isles. I kind of like the way that the UI of that is. It seems a little bit simpler, but it has still enough customization to it.
It has so many different songs and sound effects that you can make your own profiles with.
Yeah, so I'll probably end up switching to that eventually. So probably next week, depending on how things go. But tonight, we still have Brindletown. This could be the last night of Brindletown, you guys.
Don't you fucking make me cry about that.
This could be the last night of Brindletown. I guess I could try to figure out how to download Brindletown. Just bring it over, migrate that shit.
Right.
All right. Who would like to do recap so we can jump into tonight?
You giving anybody a chance before I just start doing it?
Remember, you get a fate point if you do it.
So, question on fate points, Cliff.
Yeah.
Because I never had a chance to use my fate point from last time,
Yeah.
can I keep my fate point?
No. But I can give you a new one if you do recap.
Yeah.
My brain doesn't even remember waking up this morning.
That's good. That means that you're already in the mindset of being awake. You don't even remember when you did it. You've been doing it for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I can't do it this week.
All right. So last session began with the party preparing themselves to move on to the next portion of the jail. Originally, they were plotting to have Nell see invisibility and have uh, a potion of invisibility consumed by them. But that didn't end up happening after we went to go open up the next door and found it was not going to open easily. It was barricaded somehow. So Nell, with all of their strength, pushed on the door until a small gap appeared so that Roderick could send his echo to the other side. He was able to do so, and he opened the door, and thousands of ball bearings started rolling down the stairs towards us, which of course alerted the guards upstairs. Thrain had just finished inspecting another unlocked door in the area we currently were, where he found a supply closet for all of the guards. There were rations and such like that, and conveniently, due to a fate point, there was a broom. So now cleared the path to make it so nobody had to deal with that sort of thing at the bottom of these stairs before they were going up. And everybody shuffled back into the portion of the jail we started in, and we had a conversation for planning. After some discussion, it became Nell is going to put pass without a trace on everyone so that they and Kip would be able to be made invisible through a potion and Thrain's spell to sneak their way upstairs without being able to be seen by the guards that are now expecting us. And once there was an obvious clatter of a battle beginning, the rest would follow. So, with this plan being in place, Kip and Nell made their way up the stairs while invisible, and only barely got detected as a single ball bearing got scuffed by Nell and ended up clattering its way down the stairs, alerting a few of the guards that somebody was in fact coming. But they couldn't see us, and we snuck our way back around to the rear side of the pharynx they had created to launch our sneak attack. With a tap on the shoulder counting down for a 3, 2, 1. Nell and Kip launched their attack. A successful sneak attack by Kip, and Nell was able to land a good hit as well, quickly starting to drop the standard guards and weakening the shift lead. Of course, this let everyone downstairs know that it was go time, and everyone started making their way up the stairs. Roderick made it to the top first, it being able to hide over the half wall, hide by the half wall and fire out the leg of a table. And shortly after him was Desmond following after. Roderick then skidded his way underneath the table that he had shot to make it lean to give himself cover, while Nell and Kip continued hashing away at the guards who were now very alerted to their presence. Desmond makes his way up with a water skin that he had filled with oil to attempt to throw at these folk. Unfortunately, that didn't go too well, but hey, nobody's perfect. Rolls aren't always great. Thrain's still making his way up the stairs best he can. Roderick sneaks around from under the table and is able to take out two of the guards quickly that aren't being covered by the tower shields. And the shift lead that finally falls at Nell's hands, but is quickly brought back by a health potion. Thread gets up those stairs finally and is able to ring a few of those guards' bells with some Toll the Dead. Desmond continues to fire force blasts at everyone, and slowly but surely we whittle everyone away, with the final kill being completely stolen by Kip, even though Thrain definitely had him. But hey, everyone's safe. Everyone made it. Quick loot of the bodies got us some good coin. And sorry. Then more plans ended up being formulated because obviously something else was up outside, as when Desmond was viewing through his familiar Ava, the streets were completely empty, which isn't very normal for Durian despite the extremely late hour. Luckily, Pass Without a Trace is still up, and we start making our way down to the sewers. But not before we see the Death Knights starting to exit the castle, heading towards us. This is an elite force originally trained in the Shadowfell who, well, as their name would suggest, kill people. Yeah, they cause death. Essentially, the leadership of Durian's hitmen. And not really somebody you want to be on your bad side. Guess what? They're on our bad side. Of course, Desmond sees them and is none too pleased. Sits a voice message in a ball bearing that he had scooped up previously, so that if anyone if they touch it, it would be heard. And unfortunately, they spot Thrain's armor glinting in the moonlight and are able to start chasing us as we all make our way as fast as possible to the entrance to the sewers, where Kip knows the way to a quick exit that we could make. And down we go, with Desmond setting another voice message on a rung that says, "You'll be stripped of your false titles," or something along those lines, for these Death Knights to hear when they come to follow us. And so we dash, and we run, and we start to hear the voice message from Desmond going off as the Death Knights make their way into the sewers with us. But luckily, through all the twists and turns, we are able to keep enough distance and get out of there without them catching up to us. And when we exit the sewer, we have the thought that to keep them off our trail and also make ease in traveling, we are now going to make our way back to where we had originally found the wild orchid encampment at the over by the seaside cliffs. And so we make a good distance away before we can find a place to finally rest. And Thrain and Roderick get to sleep for the first time in 48 hours. Everyone enjoys a nice long rest before we continue on and finally make it back to where the Wild Orchid's hideout was. And our horses are still tied up, definitely happy to see us, and have grazed completely all around them and are very hungry. Luckily, Nell had stolen a bowl of fruit from the jail before, as they were leaving, and they feed that to the horses, courtesy of an idea by Adam. And something spotted in the water below, a corpse of a wild orchid member. Roderick and Desmond go to check that out while Thrain watches from the cliff above. Down there, they find the person in the water is certainly a wild orchid and looks to have been dead for a few days at this point. We were also here a few days ago. They weren't dead. And the guard by the door's throat is slit, and so is every single person inside of the cave encampment. Dead pretty well where we last saw them. There isn't any obvious signs that this was magical, just that whoever did it was ridiculously fast. That this was an incredible feat to have taken an entire encampment by surprise and slaughtered all of them. So we get the fuck out. We get the fuck out of there. Yeah, we leave. We get a good distance before using our setting stone to call up our lovely archivist, Quillwise, who gives us an update on, well, less of an update, more of a where the fuck were you? Who was that who had the stone that was heavily breathing when I was trying to relay information last? And what's going on? We try to do a whole good news, bad news thing, but he insists on going straight to the bad news, where we let him know about us killing Baron Darkwater in Durian as he attempted to attack Josiah, the head of the Church of Durian, and that after the battle was said and done, Josiah then turned on us and had us imprisoned. And pretty much we were going to be executed for killing the Baron while defending this man. Because more than likely, we heard things we weren't supposed to know. And we had to escape prison because they were going to execute us. And now the Death Knights are after us. Quillwise is, he's not happy. He also lets us know that, he had gone to Orchard Shore and found out that, yeah, that whole place is destroyed. There was another bear drill incident, which is horrifying to think of when he describes the radius being larger, that this bear drill had to have lasted longer, that they might be getting better at this ritual. We then have to clue in Kip on pretty much everything that's going on, as Kip is has agreed to now be a member of the Eclipsean Order with us, and will be making his way to Trudid. After discussions on what's right, what's wrong, what is the best thing to do moving forward, and how we might need to adjust our moral compass, the group continues their way back to Trudid, traveling not on the main road, but along the shore to hopefully avoid any run-ins with the Death Knights, who may or may not still possibly be on their tail. It all depends on what Durian's paying them. And that's where we ended that.
Thank you. I will definitely give you your inspiration for that, and I did get Adam his inspiration back too, because I think that out of every time the 2 episodes that we've been doing this, I don't think Adam's got a chance to use it at all. So, so with that, as I said at the end of last session, we made the decision of taking the path from the outskirts of Durian, sort of following the shoreline around and getting back to Trudid, and that would be an 8-day journey. Want to make sure that we can resolve the travel piece of it, and then that's where we basically start out and everything. So, what does Desmond do during the 8 days of travel?
I guess he would just be crafting the whole time and letting the group know if they have anything specific that they request. He can do what he can to see if he can make something that fulfills that need or comes close.
Okay. So I guess open it up to everybody. Are there does anybody have wants for things that could be crafted? I guess it's kind of an open-ended question because you don't really know what all the possibilities are, but
If it would be at all possible, Desmond, if you could make something for me that improved my stealth. I'm tired of my armor giving away where I'm at whenever we're trying to sneak. And I can't just be able to put Pass Without a Trace on every single time we need to travel and be in a more stealthy situation. I don't always have it available. I don't always have that strength.
Do you want to eliminate the armor being the issue, or do you want something to mask the noise of the armor? Because I can make you a full new set of armor that will get rid of that, or I can just make you some boots.
I'll leave that up to you. Either would be fine for me. Whether it be a cloak or boots or a new set of armor.
Okay. Now, Cliff,
sure.
I don't suppose Desmond just has mithril lying around.
He definitely would not just have it around. Great
got
question.
tripped over
Glad
the
you
other day.
asked.
Okay. Boots it is then. Anyone else? Even if it's just you want some refining done to your weapon.
Are you able to make 2 pairs of those boots?
I can make us all matching booties.
Stealth boots.
Because I'm probably going to make some for myself as well.
Wasn't a bad idea, I suppose.
Because I seem to have an issue with stealth most of the time.
I think
Yeah,
you have
if
to
you
work on your
can-
nerves about it. I think you might think a little too hard about it.
If you can refine my guns in any way, I'm down for that.
Okay, let's see. 3 pairs of boots and so I want to finish the weapon that I've been making for myself. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's about 9 days if everything works out right. Um, and do you all have the appropriate materials?
At the moment, no, but I'll keep an eye out.
Is it common?
It is not. It is.
I got plenty of common.
Finding the materials is slightly uncommon.
All right. Well, let's start looking around.
All right, I'm gonna work on my stuff first, and if you find any by the end of the day, let me know.
I liked our slightly meta RP.
Um,
It's a little uncommon.
so I guess if you want to resolve this now, we could do Nell Thrain if you guys want to just search for anything that night.
Yeah.
The boots of Elvenkind will give you advantage on stealth, so that should just negate the disadvantage and give everyone normal stealth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it just a 10 that's needed to pass on this? Sorry, I don't remember.
For at level it is a 12, so you're right on the mark.
Yes,
Okay. And then just our tool roll, right?
Wait a minute. We're on levels 5 through 10 now. I can get rid of the old crap
Yes.
thing from my hotbar.
Oh, you almost had it.
Well, that was not the best.
You got 4 common crafting components.
Great. I'll add those in.
How?
Did you get 38 fucking uncommon crafting components? Jesus.
Ugh. Apparently, the shores is where he belongs.
Desmond, these are what you're looking for, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a little light. I meant need to take most of it.
I'll look again tomorrow night.
What's Roderick doing on the first night?
He wants to listen to his audio books.
Cool.
Okay.
Did work.
Where's my clicky?
38.
Not there. Here it is. Go Tinker Tools.
That'll do.
Sweet.
You got to be nearing the end of that series, aren't you?
Yep, one more.
Look at you.
I'm not even sure what I'll be able to craft afterwards, but
Fun bullets.
So you're,
yep.
you're watching them. You're watching Nell and Thrain roaming around, searching for things. Desmond's over there, just sweating, crafting things up. You're just like kind of kicked back in like a hammock, like just listening to this going on. And you're kind of vibing with it a little bit, and then at the very end, you hear it say, "And make sure you get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow night will be the real test." And then you hear it click, and then it repeats.
All right. I'm turning in early.
And Desmond, I guess go ahead and give me a crafting roll.
Boo.
Boo. All right. So, trying to hobble together things. Seeing as you know of these boots, just from being raised in the elven culture and just sort of understanding, but trying to recreate them using material here, you're finding it difficult to get things to assemble in the way that you want them to, because everything is just so just lower scale, lower quality compared to what you're used to.
And that takes 5 of the materials, right?
Well, it takes
Or does
all
that take
it takes all 10,
all 10?
and then you'll have to do 5
5 next time. Okay.
5 next time. Yep. All right. So we'll continue it this way. As you guys stop for your second night, who was carrying the things that you got from the prison? There were 4 magic items that you guys got from the prison.
Oh, Roger's still carried it in his bag. It's like we can distribute these whenever.
Okay. So on the 4th night, as you're all setting up camp and trying to get things ready, 4th night from your jailbreak, meaning, so it's the 2nd night of the 8th. All of a sudden, from your bag, Roderick, you start hearing, and every time you're starting to see this sort of dull orange light for just a second.
Ayo Desmond.
I'll get to your guns in a second.
No. There's a flashing thing in my bag from the items we got at the. Yeah. So like that's got to be something magical, and that's more like you. So.
Did we ever distribute all of that?
No, because we were kind of on the run from death people.
Okay. Did we ever go over what they all did? Fuck, did we ever go over what we got from the bear? Anything that we've gotten up to this point, has anyone taken the time to
I
look
would
over
not
that?
be the one to identify magic items.
I don't think we really had the time to sit down and look at everything.
But everyone's okay. I'm assuming Thrain and Nell at least know what they have since they immediately grabbed some of the items. Let me see what you have in your bag, and I'll identify everything.
All right, cool. It's right over there. It's flashing. Yeah, if you wanna,
Yeah.
right over.
as the sun's starting to come down and it's like dusky out, Roderick's bag's sitting next to a tree, and like from the distance that you're looking at it, every now and again you just see this dull orange light shine out and just create this kind of light streak on the tree, and then
Did you try using the items?
I haven't touched them since I grabbed them and put them in the bag.
Wonderful. All right.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have this. Pull out the strange ring.
What's it do?
I don't know. I pulled it was in my bag. I didn't put it on. It was in my bag.
Hey, Nell,
Yeah?
do you have anything you don't know what it does?
I mean, I have this circlet I don't even remember picking up.
Cool. Everyone make a pile of magic items, please.
Nell inserts a strange rope and a copper circlet into the pile.
Hey, Nell, while you're up, I straightened my shoulder earlier. Like, can you grab mine while you at it and drop it in the pile?
Fine.
You're the best.
Nell
Clearly been-
grabs Roderick's bag, opens it up, and just like looks inside of it.
so as
Doesn't
you
know what to grab. And
as
just
you
starts
open up
walking
his
over the
bag,
pile. Yeah.
you see a small leather bag inside of there. It's the one that had the sort of terrarium built into it. And you see, like, from the bag being opened up, looking down through that window, the plant that's inside of there, it's sort of wilted a little bit. And you can see that there are two floating crystals inside of this, and the crystals are floating. The floating crystals are going on and off with this dull orange light.
Well, this seems like it has some sort of a warning light about the plant wilting. Don't know if that means caution, things are bad, or hey, take better care of the plant. Now places that in the pile, looks in Roger's bag, roots around, has no idea what's magical or not, and just upends it over the pile, and then puts his bag on his lap and just taps the top of his head and walks away.
You have been busy collecting magical items. And he pulls out like pants and boxers and rope and just moves everything aside.
Yeah, let's see here. Inventory. No. Sending stone. I have 2 spears. All right, sure. Oh, picked them up off of dead people. Cool.
Just sitting strapped to the side of your bag, just like antenna.
Mm-hmm.
They're good for throwing. Not really, but you could.
The other unidentified items doesn't look like Cliff added them to my inventory, so.
They might just be in the party sheet.
They are not.
So you have a leather backpack with a window on it that shows a terrarium inside with the plant. You have
as
a
soon as everything gets gathered up, Desmond's not even gonna ritual it. He's just gonna cast detect magic.
detect magic.
No, what is it called?
Identify.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So because identify is the first level spell.
Yeah. Oh
You'll-
shit! Okay, that's for one item. He is gonna
Yes.
ritual this shit then.
Okay.
So each one
so-
is getting a ritual.
So you have the backpack. There is a wand that is made out of some blackened wood. There is a small hourglass that has its base is made of stone and skulls carved into it, and there's a pair of brass goggles with some doodads and dangly bits.
All right, let's go over the terrarium first, since that's blinking.
Side note: I think anyone who puts the goggles on needs to add those to their character image.
All right, so you're ritualing it, so you're doing the 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you take the time to do this, you start to get the sense that this plant is a magical hybrid of just a natural growing plant. It is a fruit-bearing plant that has been magically altered, and it is growing multiple berries of different colors all over it, and each berry is resonating different types of magical aura, and in its current state, you get the sense that the plant is dying, and give me a Arcana roll, please. And the orange crystals are inside, or something you haven't seen since back home, really. Not that they originate in the Shadowfell or anything. It's just it's an ancient type of magic that people don't use very often anymore. But they're water crystals, so they have the ability to store very, very large quantities of water inside of it. And there's two of them that are floating inside, and you get the impression that them flashing orange the way they are means that they are running drastically low on water, so the plant is no longer able to sustain itself in this little mini ecosystem that's inside of this bag.
Um, would I know how to like refill them, or are you able to refill them?
Um, you would know how to refill them just in the sense of like the mechanics of how a water crystal works. Like it's really as simple as like you take them to water and hold them underneath it, and they fucking suck up the water. But like if you were to throw it in like a gallon bucket of water, like you would just suck the bucket dry. So you
It's not gonna do anything if I like dip it in the ocean, is it?
Well, it would. Yeah, it's gonna do the same thing to it. It's just, I mean, it doesn't hold enough that you're gonna like lower the world's ocean or anything like that. It can only absorb up to its capacity, but depending on the size of the crystals and the magic that was put into it, they can hold varying amounts of liquid. Yeah. And with a 24, I would say you would know better than to put them in your mouth.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna like we're walking along the coast, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, after he finishes identifying the bag, he's gonna take out the two crystals, walk over to the ocean, dip them in for a second, pull them out, and put them back in.
Don't you think we probably shouldn't use ocean water? Salt water usually kills plants.
Would I know if this being infused with magic, if something like that would kill it?
Um, with a 24, you would know that like these crystals could purify the water. So you could even go as far as having like pond water and put it into it, and it would make it to a drinkable state. Like they were traditionally used for people to carry with them on like long expeditions, so they could have like an almost limitless supply of water.
Okay. Desmond's just like, it's fine, and opens the bag up, puts them back in, closes it. And are there any like berries on it right now?
They are, but as of right now, they're looking a little wilted from the lack of water. Um, do you have any? Give me a. So what I'll say with this is that you can tell from your identification with this that for you to make the most use out of this, that that it's going to require some form of attunement, uh, and you get the sense that the person that it attunes to is the one that would be able um, to make the most out of the berries that it actually grows.
Okay. Is this like you eat a berry, or is it like you use the berries with whatever you're doing?
It looks like you would just eat the berry.
Okay. So Desmond will just grab that, put that to his side, move on to the next one.
Okay. What do you want to do next?
Let's do the skull things.
Sure. So after another 10 minutes of identifying this, you get a strong sense of old druidic magic, and you get an aura of death and life that comes out of this. Once you attune yourself with this item, you have the ability to fend off death. Mechanically speaking, with it, anyone who has this item as a bonus action can flip it. There are 24 seconds worth of sand inside of this. And while the sand is draining, a target of your choice does not need to make death saving throws. But if they are not stabilized at the end of the 24 seconds, they die.
Alright. Does Minnow like hold it for a second, just like flipping it back and forth? Looking at the rain, you need to attune to this if you want it.
What is it? I mean, it looks cool, but
If one of us goes unconscious, takes a lot of damage, you can flip it and it won't stabilize them, but they won't die. But if you don't stabilize them, in half a minute, then regardless of what happens, they will die.
So it slows the bleed out, basically.
Slows it, then at the end of the timer, kills you.
gives it all back at once.
Mm-hmm. Then you like hold it up. If you want it, don't use it on me. Ever.
I'll take it. Just not do anything with it. Just look at it for a while.
Sure.
Alright. The wand.
After 10 minutes of studying the wand, there are a few things that you particularly are interested in with this. First being, the wand is created from a type of living tree that you know resides in the Shadowfell. It's not the only place it resides, but you would know of it because of the fact that it does. And someone has painstakingly taken the normally curved branches of this and have straightened it out into a wand and then twisted it. So someone has put a lot of effort into making this thing what it is. Magic wise, it has a certain signature to it that you would recognize as a teleportation magic. And the wand has the ability that while you're identifying it, you get the sense that like wherever you point this thing, you could move yourself to. But when you were testing it out to try to see, you realized that for you to be able to utilize it, you would have to attune with it. Mechanically speaking, once you're attuned with it, there are 4 charges to it, and I'm sorry, there are 10 charges to it, and they allow you to move with an action up to 60 feet anywhere that you can see. As you're inspecting the wand, you can see on the back side of it there are 10 notches to signify how many charges have been used. and it does regain 1d4 charges every day.
Desmond will take the 10 minutes looking over the wand. When that's all done, grabs it, stuffs it in his coat pocket, and goes to the next
Well, you
item.
already got the poof.
You don't call anybody over for that one?
Nah.
Um,
That
and then
one
on that
looks
last
like
one, as you study these goggles, you start to notice that some of the dangly bits that are hanging off of them are actually different lenses. And you can see the lenses can be stacked for multiple different effects. And you can see that in general, it sort of allows the user to manipulate their vision in a multitude of different ways. Once attuned to it, mechanically speaking, it has 4 different types of vision that it allows. One of them being night vision, so it gives you like dark vision, just normal dark vision. It has the ability to see heat signatures, and it also grants advantage on it. It can be used to grant advantage on perception checks.
Desmond will like turn to look at Roderick with these.
What's up?
So I want you to use these. I'll explain how they work. I just need you to pay attention. It's complicated even for me.
So you don't know entirely what it does, is what you're saying.
No, I do. But in the heat of combat, just randomly switching lenses might cause issues.
Switching lenses?
You can see in the dark, see heat signatures, or see better. And he like holds them up.
You really got to work on your sales pitch. Anyways, he walks over and takes them.
Just look at him for a little bit.
All right.
All right. So the rest of the items that you have, are you going to continue identifying?
Yeah, he'll explain the terrarium to Nell if they're interested in it.
This might be good for herbalism. I don't think it would be bad for me to have.
I was thinking the same thing. If you can use the berries in any kind of potions, or if they're good enough just to use, it'll give you some extra fortifications, maybe a little bit of a boost.
We'll see what happens. Certainly keep an eye on it.
And are the rest of the items just like the
Things like
random?
magic item tables.
Yeah.
Not
I
all of
didn't
them are,
even
no.
thought- Oh,
No?
really?
Nope. The circlet that Nell got for their mother.
Oh, right.
So if you spend 10 minutes identifying that, the circlet that Nell got for their mother, you identify as being a circlet of mental fortitude. and essentially it's just it's a simple designed, white and traditional gold, kind of twisted together to form the basis of the crown. Um, and in the back, the way that the two golds kind of come together, it almost looks like the pattern of a brick wall. Um, Mechanically speaking, it has 4 charges. Um, that basically, anytime you make a wisdom, charisma, or intelligence saving throw, you can choose to expend one of them to gain advantage on that save. And when you attune to it, um, you may pick at the time of attunement one mental saving throw, either wisdom, charisma, or intelligence, and you're proficient in that saving throw until you unattune.
Desmond will hand it back to Nell. Like, this was a good find. I'm glad you got this. That's gonna be real helpful.
Yes.
And I have updated
Yes.
everything in your inventory for it too. And then the ring that Thrain had. This ring, as you're looking at it, it has sort of a carving of 2 arrows pointing in the same direction. And from identifying this, you get the sense that this magic contains a very powerful ability to it, in that it can alter time-space itself. By activating this ring, you can move everything 2 inches to the right on a cosmic scale. Everything. Everything.
Which means nothing.
Before handing it back to Thrain, Desmond's just gonna like slip it on, try to activate it real quick, see what happens.
Everybody give me a wisdom check. You don't know why, but suddenly everybody feels slightly off. Desmond, you notice this feeling coincides exactly when you activate this ring.
And then everything else in the universe just feels the same way.
Oh. I don't know why, but my stomach just got a little sick.
Desmond's gonna try to rapid fire 3 more times. See if that does anything.
Each time you do it, you notice you get that same kind of feeling. I wouldn't say it's even a sickness. It's just kind of like a...
Desmond hands it back to Thrain.
One of my useless magic items just says the name in its title, and I love it.
Don't lose it, but don't use it often.
I don't like that.
Like on a cosmic scale, about 30 seconds ago, you were about 6 feet that way.
2 inches or 2 feet? 2 inches or 2 feet?
2 inches.
Oh, is it 2 inches?
2 inches.
Okay. You were like a foot in that direction. In theory, it's strong. But we gotta find the practicality of it. Don't lose it. All right, what else do we have? We're getting to the weird stuff now.
We have a arrow of returning. It returns before it hits its mark. The question
Throw it
is,
Throw it at the tree.
Does the arrow return in the exact path it flew, or does it curve and just like kind of boomerang its way back?
Yeah. So, as you would have to knock the arrow and shoot it. So rapid fire. You have a puzzle cube that radiates strong magical energy. As you spend the time to identify it, the only purpose that you can find is that it radiates strong magical energy. You have a wand of pointing that when you point, it points. You have a strange map that has the ability to give you directions to exactly where you're standing when you read it.
You are here.
Yeah, but I don't know where I am.
You are here.
Does it? How outward, like, can I see the terrain around me from the map?
Probably a couple 100 feet in any direction.
Okay. I can see some use out of that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
The whole purpose of these, right, from a meta standpoint, is that you guys find some stupid fucking use for it. On the surface, they're useless. But that's up to you to decide how that works. Yeah. And then a tiny violin that plays itself when you tell someone your backstory.
How
Straight
tiny?
true.
Tiny, like 2 inches. I mean, average size.
Yeah, yeah.
Desmond's gonna like hand it to Nell real quick and be like, how exactly did you train to be a paladin, like on a day-to-day?
They in extreme detail go into well, waking up at sunrise. We strip naked. We began with all of the stuff that uh, Shogun would have taught them of this new intense exercise routine that then shifts to becoming forms with weapons, and then meditating, and then back to working out, and then books. So many books. And they're just like going off on this huge info dump about like everything they can think about paladin training and what it means to be a paladin.
And the whole time you're hearing.
Desmond's just smiling like, uh-huh. Like, who are you? But first, hold this.
Oh, now the violins kick in. That was delayed as fuck.
Okay. Is that everything?
No, it's not. We have a strange rope.
Oh, forgot all about that
He
one.
pulls it out of the junk pile. This.
That rope, after you spend time identifying it, after you spend another 10 minutes identifying this, you learn is the rope of entanglement. It has the ability to be tied.
So
Anyway,
it's a
how
rope.
long is the rope of entanglement?
50 feet, and it's made of hemp.
Perfect. You know, that's fine.
He's gonna like grab two ends of the rope and kind of like slap them together to see if it automatically ties.
It does not. It's just two floppy ropes slapping together.
Hmm.
But it can be tied,
It's a rope, really.
unlike other ropes.
Exactly.
Then-
You get it.
That
Is it
he'll
just easier to tie, or is it literally just a rope? It's
It is a magical rope that has the ability to be tied.
I don't see why this is so hard
got
for you.
it. It's got magic properties, but it's really just a rope.
Desmond will tie the rope together and just hold it out.
It works.
It
Amazing.
sure does.
Well, it
Whoever made
replaces
this
the
was
rope that I had that got halved.
truly a marvel.
So all the items should be identified now. Also, the four that we did first, everybody should have them in their inventories now.
Where it at?
In order to utilize them, you do have to attune them. And attuning is not just saying you attune it. There is going to be something to attunement, which is different for every item.
And just so everyone remembers, we still have, and Desmond goes into his pack, pulls out this like big wadded piece of cloth and starts unfolding it, and holds up the big ass diamond, the polished diamond.
Where'd we
Right,
get that one?
But we almost died. Sorry, no.
Yeah, from
From the mines.
Oh, right.
Ironbeard Mines.
Yep. A place where we're dead.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, if everyone likes their item, go ahead, take the time to familiarize yourself with it. If not, throw it in the magic pile. If anyone else wants it, they'll take it.
So the backpack did not actually get put in my stuff, Cliff? You are a liar?
Sure did. I'm looking right at it. It's right in between your great axe and your herbalism kit.
I don't believe his lies.
Oh, it's because it's called Gully Fern. I'm looking for like something pack. And I read over that because it said nothing about being a backpack.
Mm-hmm. That's because it's a magical item and it has a name.
Shh. We'll fight.
Is anybody planning on attuning? This will count as your downtime event to attune to this.
Yeah,
sure.
I'll attune.
Was that 3 or 4?
Yeah, all of us.
Okay. So, who wants to go first?
I
All right.
will.
Okay. So, Thrain, as you start looking over this hourglass, you can see that it was very intricately carved um, out of stone, and there's like etchings on the top and the bottom um, that are in some sort of druidic runiform that you're not really familiar with. Um, and as you're sort of inspecting it, like you rub your fingers across one of the inscriptions, and you start to feel this sensation, like it's trying to talk to you, and not in like a verbal sense, but in like a almost spiritual sense. Um, to attune to this item, you need to make 2 skill checks. Um, one of them is medicine. It is a DC 13 check that you would have to do. Okay. As you start studying the runes, you start noticing patterns within uh, this druidic text. And the more you study it and start looking at it from the top and the bottom, the more you start forming words from these and you start to learn what it says. Um, and you make out that it says, whoever says death waits for no one never met me. Um, for your second check on this, I need either a religion or a nature roll. This one is only a DC 10.
Okay. Just 1 second. I'll unplug my headphones so I can back in. Okay.
Dirty 20. So, as you start looking this over, and you start flipping it back and forth, you can see that the way that this thing is crafted, it has um, two pivots on either side of it, where it looks like it could actually fasten to your belt hoop, so you could flip it easily. Um, and as you sit there and count it out and watch it, it's exactly 24 seconds of sand that is in there. So when you flip it, 24 seconds. When you flip it, 24 seconds. And as I said before, mechanically speaking with this, a target that you designate when you flip this as a bonus action does not have to make any death saves. And as long as they are stabilized within that 24 seconds, everything's fine. But because of the pure nature of this is you messing with death, if they are not stabilized within that 24 seconds, they are reaped immediately. So that is called the final seconds, and that one is one of your attuned items. And I don't remember how you attune things in the fucking mechanically like how you do it on the character sheet. There's a slot for attunement, but it's not
Mm-hmm.
it's not letting me do anything. But just know you can only have 3 things attuned. You would have to unattune to it to do anything more. And I will look up how to attune in a second here. There's probably some real stupid way of doing this. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right. So as your sort of curiosity takes a hold of you and you like put on the goggles, you notice that like immediately upon putting them on, it's impossible to see out of these things. One side has this cover on it that sort of makes you look through like a pinhole sized opening, and then on the other side there's these 3 layers of lenses that are sort of stacked on top of each other that just makes your right eye like completely blurry and you can't see through it. But as you start moving some of the pivot points around and start looking through each lens individually, you start to see the true power of what this thing can do. To attune to this, you need to make 2 skill checks. The first one would be a perception check with a DC 13.
Perception. There it is.
All right. So as you start toying with it, and you notice that like the left sort of cylinder that's covering the eye, like as you spin it, you start seeing that it's like dialing in your vision, and like when you close one eye, you start noticing you can see even further with it than you could. The second check you're gonna have to make is either an Arcana check or an Investigation check with a DC 10.
Okay. Arcana or investigation, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Just show off that intelligence.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, it's the same shit. I'm going to investigate.
Hey.
Hey.
As you start to look closer, you start noticing that that in areas where you normally wouldn't be able to see when you're sort of looking through the landscape of the beach that you guys are on, in the more shaded areas, you can start seeing when you have one lens on. As you flip the other one and start looking at it, everything sort of looks blue and like a monochromatic blue, and you're like, you don't really understand what it is until you turn around and you look at your party and you start seeing them lighting up with like a bright red glow, and as you look at yourself, you can see all the heat signature of your hand. When you start messing with one of the dials on the left eye, you start to notice that your sight is very acute. Mechanically speaking, this goggle has 6 charges on it.
Okay.
You can spend a charge to activate dark vision for an hour. I'm sorry, dark vision for 10 minutes. You can activate heat vision for an hour. You can grant yourself advantage on perception rolls. And the last thing that it has the ability to do is to mark targets. What you can do is you can spend a action to use one of the points to mark a target. And as long as you do not move and you can see this target, you can mark them, and you could do it up to 6 targets if you wanted to use all 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of it, you can expend all those to automatically hit those targets with a shot. You do not have to make an attack roll. But it does require you to use your action to do so.
But I could shoot 6 people at once.
You could shoot 6 people at once, but it would essentially take you, you know, like 6 times of using it to do so.
And
Because it's an action to expend one charge of it. But yeah, theoretically you could do that. So if you weren't in combat and you were getting the jump on someone, you could spend all 6 charges to mark 6 of them, and you could just let that loose.
do that Red Dead Redemption thing.
Yeah.
Bah, 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 bah. Okay.
And then every day it regains 1d6 charges.
Cliff, I figured it out.
What do you got to do?
In parentheses, put require attunement next to it. Next to the rarity. If you want to look at mine,
That's stupid. just so you know, that's stupid. But good to know. Thank you. All right, down to 2.
Let's go.
All
I'll
right.
put on that circlet. I know I got it from my mom, but I don't think I realized what it did when I purchased it.
Sure. For the circlet, as you start to study it and actually pay attention to what it does, you feel like a strong connection to it. Almost like the sort of brick pattern that the gold makes symbolizes like the unity that you would have with the crown upon wearing it. For that, there is only one skill check that you would have to make when doing that, and it's dealer's choice. You can do a wisdom, charisma, or intelligent check.
And this
Also-
doesn't do the thing that makes it be the thing I'm proficient in, right? This is just to save to make it attune.
Correct.
Okay.
whatever you did, Cliff, you broke it. It only says unidentified item now.
Haha. That's what you get. Yeah, so as you start to sort of run your fingers along the pattern of it, you feel this this sort of resonance of magical energy. And as you put it on, you close your eyes and you start to get this rush, this sort of head rush feeling. Which of the 3 would you like to mark as your proficiency?
The only one that's not currently proficient.
Is intelligence?
Yes.
All right. So as you put this on, you get this sort of head rush, and you feel this sort of surge of intellect. Not so much that like you feel smarter necessarily, but like almost like when you have coffee and you get to that point of like not
When
quite
I take my ADHD meds.
not quite zoom coffee, but like right before that, where you get that little bit of like mental acuity, where you just feel a little bit quicker.
When I take my ADHD meds. Coffee does mental acuity for people. It barely does anything for. I have to have like 2 to get the wake up effect. First one just kind of does a weird, calm, slightly focused thing. I think that's an ADHD stimulant issue, though.
That it may be. But it is yours to navigate now.
Woo!
All
That's
right.
all it does is make me proficient, right?
Well, no. So the other piece of it is it has 4 charges. So if you have to make a wisdom, charisma, or intelligence save, you can also spend a charge of it to gain advantage on that.
Got it.
All right, and lastly, Desmond,
Yep.
as you start to like look this over, um, you don't know if it's just sort of like proximity bias or what, but you start to feel like this may have actually came from the Shadowfell. Like, granted, the trees that it's carved out of have the ability to be in multiple planes, not just the Shadowfell. Like something about uh, just the signature that this thing resonates makes you feel like it came from the Shadowfell. And as you start to uh, run your fingers along sort of the twisted wood, and you start feeling like the intricate carvings of the 10 divots that run along it, um, you get a very strong magical signature out of it. To attune to this, it will be 2 skill checks. The first one will be an Arcana check at a DC 13. Dirty 20. So as you start to follow that magical signature, like you get like a very strong taste of like conjuration magic that comes from this, and you get the sense that like whoever built this was very skilled in the arts. And for your second skill check, you would need to either do a nature check or a religion check with a DC 10. All right. So, as I said, this item has 10 charges that you can use. It is an action to use the charge, and in doing so, it will teleport you anywhere that you can see within 60 feet. If you can see it and you can point to it, you could teleport there. If your hands are bound or something and you can't finagle it, you can't do it. And you can't teleport inside of people or anything like that. If I have to give these
No
kind of
game breaking shit.
blanket rules on it. And every day at dawn, no, I'm sorry. Every night when the moon is at its highest, it regains 1d10 charges.
Okay.
All right. I have put everything that requires attunement attuned into everybody's inventory.
We done it,
lied.
guys.
All right. Now everything that requires attunement should have that. I feel like I should make the rope of entanglement require attunement.
So what, it can't be tied unless it's attuned?
No, you could still tie it. You just can't use its magical properties.
You got it.
Disenchanted, it just comes untied.
What the twist?
Jay, no.
But what if yes?
I'm gonna go with no on that still. Or I will at least need to be convinced.
Said, but what if yes?
I'll need to
Great
be
minds.
heavily convinced of why this would work. But I am nothing if not curious for what the fuck you guys are gonna do, so I'll listen. I will be entertained by whatever y'all come up with. Um.
Back to searching.
Well, so that was day
That
two.
was our downtime.
Yeah, I know. I
Um.
just going straight to day 3.
Okay.
Mentally.
Sure.
Anyways, back to searching.
Day 3. Whatever y'all plan on doing, feel free to do. So. All right. By the skin of your teeth.
Again.
Yeah.
Hey.
So you could just put 10 of those with you, so you can make me some boats.
Hold on to your 10
Oh, okay.
in case I fail.
Let's see here.
Whenever I start crafting, I'll have you take it down instead of me.
Let's go. Hell yeah. Same dice roll. All right, Cliff. I want to make bullets that explode like nukes.
Like nukes? You got it.
Yeah.
You can
Sweet.
only make 100 at a time, though, so, we don't want it to be
Okay.
too game breaking.
That's true.
So let's see. Desmond has his dagger. Nell, you wanted what? What the claws?
I should have written it down.
And Roderick wanted.
Glances.
Well,
Make it an ocarina.
oh yeah, and then you for the claw, dire bear claw. What'd you want? Did you want a dagger?
No. I'm
I didn't
fine
think
with
so.
A little thing that can hold his extra bullets.
Oh, that's right. We were gonna do
Or smoke powder.
the powder thing. What's
We
it
get
called?
a powder horn.
Yes.
But a powder claw?
However, that would work.
All right. So, Roderick, as you listen to your final audiobook, and you you get that final lesson imprinted in your mind about how to make things, all of a sudden you feel like a warm glow from the audiobook. And all of a sudden you see everything that was on it slowly start to erase. You're seeing it just, and then all of a sudden you just see pop quiz pop up on it, and it starts playing music.
Read. But he's illiterate.
I'm looking for my receipt right now. This is some bullshit.
And it's just got kind of like a flashing screen on it that's just kind of dancing with pop quiz on it.
Start pushing at the dancing thing.
Yeah,
Try to
as you
figure out-
push it, you hear a chime, and you hear a voice that's like, "All right, so you've made it to your final test. Let's see if you've been paying attention." It's like Question 1. What's the secret ingredient to make magic bullets that turn your enemy into jelly? Is it A, blueberry essence, B, magical gelatin, or C, a squirt of liquid laughter? You have 10 seconds.
What do I have to roll?
He's got to answer.
Gelatin.
Ding, 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 ding. That's correct. Question 2. What's the key to creating a bullet that makes your enemies sing opera? Is it A, a pinch of enchanted vocal cords? B, a burst of magical starburst? Or C, a sprinkle of opera training dust? This one's a tricky one.
We'll go with A. Oh.
And then
Roderick,
the screen,
please do that somewhere else.
and then it just kind of goes black for a second, and then it kicks back on, and you're seeing Pop Quiz dance on the screen again. You press the button again, it asks you the same first question. Answer the first question, do the second one. There's a series of 10 questions you go through. Give me a D20, please. After 18 attempts,
Smart.
you finally answer it, and it's like, good job. I knew you were paying attention.
Yeah.
With this,
Clearly.
you have the
After-
ability.
After 5 attempts, Desmond pulls out the wand, points away from Roderick, and then poof.
Hey Sin, give me a D20. Yes, you hear do. And also just off in the distance, you're still hearing.
Scares
An
the shit out of
occasional-
Nell as they're looking for components, and suddenly you're there.
It'll, and occasionally, between the music, you hear, "God damn it!"
18 attempts.
But Roderick is
Sometimes
nothing
you
if
get
not
a question.
persistent.
That's right.
Sometimes you just keep getting questions wrong that you've gotten right before. And at this point, I feel like we're all sitting around the fire because it takes him so long. And it's just like, he gets it wrong. We're like, no, the answer was blah, blah, blah. You got it right last time.
Just autopiloting like 1, 3, 2. Fuck, it was 1. God damn it. 1, 3, 1, 2. Ah!
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, so now you can start using what you learned. So let me know any ideas you have. I have a few things already jotted down.
Okay.
Mostly like to be able to like change the damage type. So instead of it just being piercing damage, you could do, fire or lightning or necrotic or anything like that.
Can it be piercing but still have the other properties? Because it's still a bullet. Only because I have a feet
special.
Yeah, you-
specifically picked for piercing.
I'm not gonna use that feat if you change the bullet.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, that's fine. So then, what's the wording of the feat?
As long as it's piercing damage, then I can do XYZ. Let's see here. Piercer, there it is. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack that deals piercing damage, you can re-roll one of the attack's damage dice and must use the second roll. When you score a critical hit that deals piercing damage to a creature, you can roll one additional damage die when determining the extra piercing damage the target takes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Cool.
what I'll say with it then is we'll treat the ammo like magic ammo.
Okay.
So anything that you craft with that will be a +1.
Okay.
And whatever that +1 is will be the damage that you choose.
Okay.
So it'll
That
still
works.
be like whatever the what is the ammo for that? Is it 1d10?
Yeah. I know it's kind of early, but it's like I didn't want to come across something that's immune to non-magical damage. I'm sitting here, well, good luck, guys.
Just waving.
Yeah.
I'll shoot the table. But yeah, that's fine.
Cool, cool.
And if you got any other ideas for things that aren't just damage types, let me know. I'm
Not
fine
yet.
with
That was my start, and then when I get higher skill, I'll have something in mind by then.
Sure. All right. Thrain, did you do the thing?
I have not. I was gonna try to carve this bear claw into an ocarina for Nell.
Sure. Is the bear claw already uncommon?
I don't remember.
I believe it definitely was, because we know that they're not common creatures.
Yeah. So here's what I'll say with it. You don't need to use any components for it because you already have the claw.
Mm-hmm.
But if you crit fail on it, you destroy that claw.
That's, I think that's how we've been with all the other things I've crafted with the claw. If I break it, I break it.
Yep. So I mean, so just think of it like a with any sort of material, like so to not have to spend too much time micromanaging it, like crafting components is just a catch-all for like whatever the thing is that you need to craft. But if you have a specific thing you're crafting with it, that is your crafting component.
Okay.
So for a uncommon, you need 2 successes. So go ahead and what do you plan on using to carve this?
Let me look at something real quick. Hmm. I might be changing that because Smith tools don't have what I want. What tools would that be?
So for what you're trying to do,
Mm-hmm.
I would probably say tinkerer's tools or wood carver's tools would probably be um, would be like my blanket answer for it. But if you have idea of something else, I'm willing to listen to that.
It's a good thing there's somebody who has tinker tools in the party.
Yeah, we'll have to hold off on that because Desmond's doing other Desmond stuff.
It's a good
So in
thing
that
that
case,
it's not Desmond.
do you have tinkers?
No, it's Roderick. Roderick has
Yep.
tinker tools.
Oh, that's right. Roderick's freshly tinkering.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Roderick was doing Roderick things today, so
Yeah.
I guess in that case, he'll look for materials.
Sure.
Oh, you.
It teased you. It teased you so hard.
Yeah. So as you go, you at this point you guys are more starting to make your way up towards Trudid, and the landscape here is mostly like sand, like to the point of like you almost have to go pretty far offshore to travel because traveling in the sand is such a pain in the ass. But every time you guys make camp, you sort of move a little bit closer to stay away from any of the paths or anything. And in this area that you're at right now, I mean, outside of some like waterlogged wood, you're not really finding a whole lot of useful material because Nell stole it all. And what's Desmond doing?
Still working on the boots.
All right, burn 5 more. Give it a second go. All right. And with yours, didn't we say that you get 1 fewer you need for successes?
I don't know.
I think that's the way that we said to do it for you, just because of the fact that you are like an artificer. So because you only need 2 for uncommon, for you, that's all you got to do is that 1.
All right.
So,
Desmond scrapes together his first pair of boots of elven kind, and he's like looking them over, like, these are hate the rain.
Yeah, what's up?
I finished your boots, buddy.
But you rolled so well to make them, but they're ugly.
This is the second attempt on these boots.
Mhm.
Oh, true.
Do they look like they would fit?
Magically snug. They're quite a drastic clash between your dwarven armor and the elven style, though.
yeah, I would say that for like the sake of continuity, like Desmond could choose to make them look basically however they wanted as far as like color scheme and things like that, but like to make it function the way it's supposed to, it has to be fastened in a certain way. So it does still have like that elven aesthetic to it. It is very angular compared to like the dwarven armor being very like square in bulk. But so it's not completely clashing. I would say that Desmond was at least able to make it in like a metallic color that matches the armor that you already have. And so Sin doesn't have to redraw your character art with bright green boots.
Okay. No. Here, and I'll pass over how much you need for this.
15.
This guy, I don't know if he's a professional. Okay. Pass those over and gone.
All right, and they have been added to your inventory. These do not require attunement.
Cool.
All right. For brevity's sake, because we're only on day 3 of 8.
2 hours in.
Yeah. What's everybody's plan for the next few days? Is it just kind of same thing?
Yeah, Nell would gather 3 separate times. The other times, they seem mostly lost in thought and doing a lot more training than usual.
Okay. So you said you're gonna do 3 nights of searching though?
Yeah.
Go ahead and just pop all 3 of them off.
Oh,
Nope. Nope.
I need you to do better than that.
Can we get a 3?
Right.
Well, the second one was just confirming the 1.
Oh.
Boo.
Yeah. Listen, I only twisted my ankle a little while trying that first time.
What the hell? Oh.
I had 2 passes, so I clicked it twice.
Yep, no worries. I just heard a
Me
bunch of
finding
die.
some rare shit.
Thrain.
Ooh, rare.
I'm gonna pretty much go behind Nell, see what I can find. But I'm gonna do it all 5 days. You have 5 more days, right? Or 4?
5.
5.
uncommon.
I only got 2 common.
God damn. You missed a little bit now.
So let's see.
Apparently,
I need to calculator this. My
Listen,
brain no work.
I had to calculate mine, and I'm really, not nearly as where you are right now. Dang.
7, 14, 98 plus my 23. Okay, I have some uncommon crafting components, guys.
Yeah, well, I got rare ones, so
Hey,
maybe Nell was
Thrain.
already starting to be a little lost in thought when they searched the first times.
Yeah.
Although
Thrain.
33 crafting components was not a little.
No, that's not a little at all. Thrain, please give me a wisdom saving throw with a +5. All right. Roderick
That it?
Desmond.
Cool.
Crafting some magical bullets, and is he able to gain more knowledge and as he's practicing and learning how this works?
What do you mean more knowledge?
Like working towards his next stage of expertise.
In the sense of like learning how to make +2s? No.
No, I wouldn't want that. Just like for whatever the next version of the bullets that he might make.
Yeah, so the way I'm looking at this is like essentially for like each damage type, you're gonna have to craft something separate. Because it's only uncommon right now, it would be just like 2 passes you need of it. And then essentially you would just have to you would just have to let me know like which one you're using when you do any sort of combat stuff. Because I think you reload with like for free now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you basically just tell me when you're shooting and which one you're doing. But yeah, so you'd have to do that. So do you have uncommon crafting components?
I feel like I can borrow a little bit from Thrain.
I don't.
Whenever Thrain comes back.
I don't think that I can say yes or no for that, but
Yeah.
I feel like
How much
Thrain
would I
might have
need?
some. You would need 10 of them.
Thrain, can I borrow 10 uncommons? Can I borrow 10 uncommons, Thrain?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, subtract 10 and go ahead and give me a tinkering tool roll. You need a DC 12.
All right, am I rolling 3 times like everyone else, or?
It's up to you. Do you plan on doing it all 3 nights?
Yeah, ain't got nothing better to do.
You'll bum off a Thrain, not ever get your own.
Exactly.
All right, so first 2 would be successful. Then you got to burn another 10 for the second one.
Hey, Thrain. Get like 10 more. I'm making some fancy bullets here. It's going to help us out.
He's gonna start costing you.
I mean, the bad people go away. They're trying to hurt you, so. Yeah. All right.
If you mess up, you're not getting any more.
So far, so good. Like, look at these. These are great.
What kind of bolts you make?
Try and fire first.
Why did this do that?
Let's see something. Is this what I think it is? No. Also, Cliff, if possible, could we get all our hit dies back? Some of us who
Does that not
used...
do it when you did the long rest?
you only get up to half rounded down on a long rest. I think.
All right. Did you get everything back?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
We rested.
All right.
What
Okay,
does Kip
so-
do with his downtime? I'm not actually making you tell us something that Kip's doing.
He strolls off in the woods and comes back all bloody with no explanation.
Don't worry about it.
It's not my blood.
Like, no, that's not what I was worried about. Hold on.
Great.
So, did you go hunting? No,
Yeah,
that's
something
not
like
from-
that.
Okay. Help me,
Like, I
it's
don't
weird.
need meat.
I don't know a better way to do this right now, John. So,
Okay, yeah, we'll work on it later.
I mean, if you look in your thing, I have it built already.
Okay, yeah.
So, I don't know how you want to do that. Put like a
Okay.
number sign in front of it or something, so it'll always stay at the top.
Yeah, that works.
All right. So, oh, actually,
Nell, do you want these spears? I'm never going to use these. Don't like
We'll just
paladins
summon
like to
them
like
into Trudid.
spear people? Huh?
No, I was gonna say we could sell them to Broderick when we get to Trudid.
Paladins love the spear people.
I figured.
so you succeed on all three of them, John. So you're one away from being able to make the second one, whatever type you decide to do.
Okay.
What's Desmond doing?
Crafting stuff the entire time. What he crafts, depending on if it's success or not. So, how many knights do we have? 4?
5.
5? Okay. Nell, your boots are up next. Take off 10 of your uncommon.
Nice.
All right, there's a pair of boots.
Thank you.
All right. Then boots for Desmond.
I swear if he crits.
Fucking shit. 1 or 2 off. All right. That's 10 off him.
Now another 5.
Where are my components? So he's going to be left with 4.
Don't fuck it up.
Hey,
Hey!
he was trying to do some fancy shit with his. Aw. All
So you
right.
almost had some crazy shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these ones like light up when I step. It's crazy.
Seems like the
Not
exact
very
opposite that
stealthy.
you want your stealthy boots to do.
Like, yeah, they're sweet though.
They got heelys too.
So, Sin, here's what I'll say for you because you crit on crafting it. Your boots have a single charge you can use that will allow you to roll a stealth with advantage. And then
Isn't that
each
what
day.
Boots of Elvenkind already do? Make your stealth
The
an
boots, they do if you don't have advantage. Because like right now for us,
Yeah.
the only reason we have them is to roll flat.
Oh, I didn't
Are-
realize that you were already at a disadvantage. I didn't realize that Desmond had that problem.
Yeah. Why does Desmond have that problem?
Because
Okay.
Desmond's actually wearing armor.
Mhm.
Okay, like single charge ever.
No, like per day.
Okay. That was 3 days.
Yeah, ever would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I wasn't sure
Uh,
if that's what it was with the pointy thing. I was like, gotta be careful with how often we use that, which means me never going to use it.
Roderick
Mhm.
needs some materials and your pistol. More materials and both pistols if you want them both.
Give me a number.
20 materials. Uncommon, a little bit harder to find.
Hey now, can I have 20 materials? I heard you had a big haul today.
I had a pretty good haul, but we had a great haul.
Thrain's
Thrain
just
had a
arms
great fucking
crossed.
haul.
Yeah, but I already asked him.
Maybe you should get off your ass and look for components sometimes.
I am making new fancy stuff to
Technically
like
speaking, you
kill
have 2
stuff.
more days that you could actually search for because you only did 3 out of the 5. Just throwing that out there.
I'm not good in the woods like you are. You like
Yeah, but Nell has edgy character development things to do. Okay.
In character, Nell says this.
Yeah.
yeah. Like what?
Nell's not looking for those two extra days because they have edgy character development things to do. Come on.
Hold, take the
Chill.
violin.
Right.
You hold it for the next 2 days.
Thrain's looking at you expectantly,
Yeah. Nell
but
looked at him.
not. Okay. I was saying
Roderick's
not-
trying to give the best he can for puppy dog eyes at 3.
No, Nell did give them over. They just gave you a hard time.
Oh,
Okay.
never mind.
All right. Pistol number 1.
What are we doing to the pistols?
Just remaking them into a +1.
Okay. I don't have revolver +1 on here, so I need to create that real quick.
Make 2 of them already.
I only gotta create it once.
All right. And now Desmond, after about a month, can finally work on his weapon. Wait, no, we're at Trudid. Fuck.
Yep. Yep. We're Trudid.
Hey, Desmond,
Yo.
please give me a wisdom save with a -4.
I'm so good at this. Oh, shit.
So I will say, Roderick, for your +1 weapons,
Mhm.
never mind. I'm about to say I think they need attunement. They don't need attunement though.
I think +2s
Okay.
do.
+2s do, +1s do not.
Desmond is now icing his hands.
He's been a busy man, and we appreciate him.
And as everyone walks, only you can only hear Roderick's footsteps now.
No. It's just you can still hear our footsteps. They're just not nearly as loud.
Yeah, they're just really quiet. All right. So after 8 days of trudging through the sands of the shoreline, and staying as low profile as possible, you all make it to Trudid.
I'm just laughing at the realization. I'm sorry that you made 3 sets of fancy boots, and Kip is wearing burlap sacks for shoes.
I'm sure someone can give them their old boots.
Yeah, you can have my old shoes, sure, if they fit.
He's good.
He wants his sacks.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't wear those by force. He wears that because it allows him to blend in with, like, the crowd that he is going to try to. If he's like escaping a pursuer or something like that, he's blending in with a certain type of people. He's not doing it to. He wants to look as unsuspecting as possible. Like, that's his entire demeanor. So if you ever had a conversation with him during like the time and we're asking about it, like, he would explain it like, this is, I don't wear this because I can't afford other clothes. This allows me to blend in on the streets. When you see a group of poor people in the lower commons, if I was wearing a leather tabard or if I had some sort of studded armor on, I'm not going to be able to slip into that crowd unnoticed. I'm going to stand out. When you're being chased, this is camouflage. And he says it ironically as he's standing like in the middle of a beach. And he's like, not here, obviously, but...
And I'm sure you will adapt your fashions to, I suppose, Sea Bluff when we get there. Whatever is most common.
Exactly. Alright, so as you all arrive at Trudid, which I know Sin has the ability to share it with people, but did I do it? I did it!
Yeah.
Hey.
All I gotta do is make it not public and then public again. Alright, motherfuckers, I'm forcing you to see
Well, it
what I
worked.
want you to see now.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. It only took me how many years of doing this shit now? 7 years of doing it. Alright, you all arrive at Trudid. For no reason in particular. Are you all, as you get near moving to like the main path to go in like normal? Are you all coming from like the southern outskirts and trying to stay low key? What's your all approach?
I think we'd continue to try to keep it low key until we saw like the gates to the like walled area to ensure that there's not like death knights there waiting.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Somebody who's more perceptive want to do this, or does it have to be me?
You called it out, so it has to be you.
Motherfucker. Okay, we're fine.
You do not see any death knights.
What do I see?
Um,
Just standard average everyday Trudid?
Give me a d20, please.
Death. You see death. Not in night form.
It rolled on the thing and just didn't show you it.
All right, so
The first
as
one
you
was
get
an
there,
11.
you guys get there it's early afternoon, and as you sort of stay back and survey for a minute, you don't see much traffic. Only 3 people uh, within the time that you're looking come either in or out of the gate. Um, and outside of like what you would normally see, nothing stands out. It's different. There's still some traffic moving around by the Silvery Barbs and Breakfast, which you get, some of the people from some of the hamlets and little outskirt settlements that come by and get food there. Um, nothing of note.
All right, looks like things are fairly status quo around here. And in we go.
All
Good to
right.
be back.
As you all move closer in, you enter the walled gates, and it almost feels smaller than you remember it. Being in Durian for so long, these last few weeks, like your interactions with cities have been these sprawling, multi-thousand populous cities, and you come back to this quaint little town with just, a few dozen people that live there, and like I said, it feels small almost. Like the fact that you can stand in one area and just in your peripheral see both walls, and you make your way to the Eclipsian guild hall, and as you come inside, Nell, you're immediately greeted by your mom, who runs up and gives you a hug. And she's like, she grabs you by the face and she's looking you over. She's like, "Are you guys safe? Is everything okay?"
Yes, Mom, we're fine. Everything's fine.
Did you bring the stuff that I asked you to?
Yes. They put down their bag and they start shuffling through and hand the random things that their mother would be like, "Oh, and can you grab this?"
She's
And
like,
no,
"Oh."
it does not include whatever spice it was, I can't remember, that she had requested.
She's like, oh dear, I didn't think you were gonna actually bring it all this way. I'm so happy." And then she's like looked through it for a second, and she's like, Quillwise hasn't slept in 3 days, and I am not quite sure what he's doing, but you're just gonna have to see it. And she like scoops everything up in the bag, and she like kind of hugs it as she starts walking down the aisle, and she heads back into Quillwise's study. And in the study, you see like desks and whatnot that are normally like, this study has been in the same order since you all first arrived. Outside of books maybe moving here or there, like there are desks that are full of things, and everything is in the same place every time you get there, until today, where desks are pushed to the side, and there's a large standing chalkboard that has been wheeled out to the middle, and you can see a crude drawing of the map of Amethil, and you can see some X's on there, and you notice that the X's are over Elm Hollow, Durian, in Orchard Shore. And you're hearing Quillwise sort of talking to himself, and he like walks over and he looks at a book, and then he walks back over and he has a large protractor out, and he's like taking it and he's like measuring an angle and he's lining things up, and then he's like, no, that's not right, and then he walks back over and he starts flipping through a couple more pages, and he doesn't even notice that you guys are here.
Quillwise, need help with something over there?
Don't sneak up on me like that.
You walked past us to draw the map.
What? You guys got here faster than I thought you would.
It's been 8 days.
It's been 8 days?
My mother did say you haven't been sleeping.
There's no time to sleep right now.
You'd think after all these years of your life, you'd learn that you do need to sleep to keep your mind sharp sometimes.
We can agree to disagree. I assume that you all have not had any run-ins with any of your pursuers.
You would have gotten a call about that. All is well.
Good. And this, I assume, is Kip.
Yes. Quick fingers, Kip.
He kind of just like he's like looking around all like, what the fuck? He goes, we'll have plenty of time for formal introductions. I've been trying to figure some things out, but the numbers are not lining up. Why were these places chosen? And he's like going back and he's like tapping on the different areas like with a piece of chalk. And he's like circling certain areas. He's like, these were the original settlements in Amethil.
How many are there?
All in all, there's probably about 20 maybe. And he's like, but I can't figure out the pattern. If there are 13 pieces to this crown, and you said that there are runes that they are after, then this coincides with one of the stories that the Archmage wrote about.
Of course it does.
I think that this crown, when fused together, imbues the power of its individual pieces. And given what it's been doing so far, I assume that the reason that our otherworldly friend wants it is because it would give them the power to be able to escape from their prison. But
And I believe
so much more.
rule the house is what they said. Something like that.
That seems dramatic, but not impossible. And he stops. And he's like looking, and he's like, where's Desmond?
Turns head towards Desmond.
No, Desmond. Ava's standing there behind the party.
He was just here.
Quillwise like looks at Ava. Like, Okay. Anyways, if there are 13 pieces to this crown, they are here somewhere. And he's like gesturing towards Amethil. He says, the key is just trying to figure out where. But I'm not understanding the pattern. I'm missing something still. And then he begins like kind of taking the protractor and he's like lining up angles and he's like measuring, like he puts like one end on Orchard Shore and he like moves it down and he puts it on like Durian. And then he like moves it over to where Elm Hollow was and he's like, the degree is not significant. They don't connect in any way. There's something more that we're missing.
Can I go over read the text he was reading?
Sure.
Yeah, he was referring to. See if I can.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it. As you go over, you see it's another one of those like big tomes, and it's just like those fantasy books that the Archmage wrote, and you just read a couple passages where it's basically talking about like how he was there and witnessed the power of this, and like as Quillwise sees you reading it, he's like, the Archmage, ever the dramatic, shamelessly promotes his other writing within his margins. And if you read the bottom margin on the next page, he talks about this specific happening. But he says it's in a different book that he wrote. And it's a book that I don't own. But I will have you know that I did special order it. And it should be here someday. Someday soon, but someday.
Do you know where it's coming from?
Last time I checked, it was at a rare bookstore on the other side of Arius.
Goody.
But I did put a rush on it, so that was 7 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
A little more clearly.
Yeah, a couple days ago.
How many?
Might have been the
Couple?
day we spoke. Might have been 3 days ago. Might have been. It was. I don't
The
know.
days are running together. Yeah. Oh, these funds for the order goes into the pack and retrieves the money ear-noted for the Eclipsean order to deposit.
Yeah, he like walks over to like take it, and he like as he reaches out, he like stops, and he's like looking at you all curious, and then he like holds his hand out and he casts the light spell, and you see it like illuminate the area like super bright. He's like, "What did you do to your hair?"
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to my hair.
And he like looks around for a second, and he goes and grabs a little mirror on one of the desks, and he like hands it to you.
Nell lifts it up, sees her hair, kind of like startles a little bit, and I'm just gonna make it real quick. Drops the mirror.
God damn it.
What on earth? What
Cool Eyes
on
catches
Argus,
it.
rather?
Cool Eyes is like, oh, grabs it real quick before it hits the ground.
What's going on? Like, why didn't any of you tell me something was weird?
They see like other Roderick kind of step out of the side of Roderick, and they're like, "We thought you knew." Say this at the same time.
When would I have had a chance to view my reflection in the past week? Or how long has my hair had white?
I mean, we're all guys. I don't think we like pay attention to these things. I don't know. That's how it is with humans. I don't know.
I'm too short.
As he's standing a foot over Quill.
Just laughing, not actually being serious about that.
Nell's very much stressed about the whole situation and be like, does anybody know what's happening? I have never seen this happen to anyone. They've like snatched the mirror back from Quillwise again and are just like,
he's like,
all angles trying to like see whatever they can see.
You hear your ma like walk in like after like the commotion of you like raising your voice, and then she kind of like looks at you and she gives you a soft smile, and she's like, honey, that's completely natural.
For who?
For us. Your dad.
Us? Touches her mark.
Yeah. And she's like, your dad, he was completely silver by 1400.
Ah, so you're getting old. That happens.
It's not
But
about
I'm not
age.
getting old.
It's not about age. It's about a transcendence, is the way that he put it. It's you becoming more in tune with your Shatterkai heritage. And then she's like, or you've had a lot of near-death experiences, and maybe that did it. And she chuckles for a second, and she like looks at your face, not laughing, and she's like, have you had a bunch of near-death experiences?
Yes.
And then she like kind of gets real close to you, and she's like, well, that would explain it. Your father always told me stories that the Shatterkai, when they die, they return home. And he theorized that as long as your bloodline was strong enough, that the same would happen with the mark. So if death brings you there, the closer you are to it, the more of a connection you're having with your ancestry.
Don't know what to think or to say or really how to feel about that.
Well, you can change the look of it if you don't like it with magic, but normal dyes won't hold. Believe me.
I'm guessing he tried.
At first, but then he wore it with honor. He was the youngest in his family for it to happen.
Wow. That is. I guess that would make me even younger than he was when it started, right?
When it started, yes, but this isn't a race. She laughs.
No, I don't. I don't want my hair to be white.
Ava pecks at your boot.
Looks down. Oh, Ava, you know that was not an insult. And also, if this is somehow Desmond's sister, do you know where he went? Is he with you? Is he okay?
Ava just flies up and lands on your shoulder.
I'm gonna go with that's an okay. This isn't freaking out. Or I'm just talking to a bird. Well, that's just great. At least there aren't death knights here. There was a part of me that was just so nervous that when we got here, something would have happened.
As you say that.
I'm assuming that Shogun has not yet arrived.
He is not.
He's dead.
Should be there soon.
Didn't he leave before us?
Yeah, but he didn't have a horse.
Good point.
This is an 80-year-old man taking a nice long walk and spending a few hours in the morning doing probably a nude workout in public.
Definitely a
Kidnapping
nude
woods.
workout in public. Right on the path. Waving at people as they pass by. Quillwise like walks up and like slowly takes the mirror out of your hand. He's like, we don't need any additional bad luck.
Sorry, I was quite the shock. The last time I saw myself, it's not like I looked anything like this.
It's like, fret not, I haven't seen myself in probably a month. And he like purposefully avoids his gaze when he like spins the mirror around to set it down.
I'm assuming his mustache has become a mustache beard combo and is not quite as kept.
He looks exactly the same. Exactly the same. In fact, you can't remember a time when he didn't look like that. He like kind of walked back over to the book and he like starts reading while you guys are finishing your conversation. And he says, well, all I know is that Orchard Shore is not in great shape. Once I seen what happened, I left. I left back as quickly as I could. I didn't stick around to investigate. It may be worth checking out, especially given your fugitive situation. You may be able to help your would-be captors, maybe talk sense into them, one way or another, I think you all should turn yourself in to the Sphinx once he arrives in Durian. You can prove your innocence, and you can prove Josiah's guilt.
But the whole Sphinx trial, usually the questions are guided by someone else. It's not like they'll probably allow us to speak. The moment I tried to speak up against Josiah, to the guards even, instantly silence was cast on me, enveloped us so we could not incriminate.
Well, I assure you that nothing like that could happen. The agreement the Sphinx has predates any of the leadership that we have seen in our lifetime. Come to think of it, I'm not even sure where that came from. He like goes over and he like scribbles something down real quick. But so long as you answer the Sphinx questions truly, the truth will be revealed.
So the Sphinx is the one who asks the questions.
Yes.
Okay.
What about all those guards we had to kill to get out?
Exactly. Thank you, Thrain.
Well, no one is saying that you didn't have to do things. But if you were being held prisoner maliciously by Josiah, I don't think that anyone could find you guilty of defending yourselves to escape. Especially if I had to guess, Josiah didn't plan on letting you all live long enough to make it to trial.
Considering we were able to break out right as an individual with torturer's tools was walking in, I'm going to say no. We were also there for quite a long time and never unchained to relieve ourselves or eat.
Or sleep.
Or to sleep. Forced to stand.
Well, if you all do not feel comfortable doing it, you don't have to, but it will make things more difficult for you to move on. I'll happily be a character witness, but I understand it's not an easy choice no matter what you decide.
This is a whole society controlled by religion, and their priest, head priest, whatever, has said that we did these things that we did not. And they're going to just say, well, why didn't you wait for the Sphinx and have your trial if you're so innocent? And then you killed all of these good men in escaping. Yeah, now
But
I've been on.
you're assuming that they're the ones that are asking the questions. The Sphinx will be the one asking the questions.
And the one determining whether or not we are guilty.
The one unique thing about Durian's justice system has always been that the ruling of the guilty has always been by a neutral party. Now, whether they made it to trial or not was a different story, but I think that
Yeah,
in your
I'm sure the Sphinx is supposed to be very impartial and everything like that. Uh, yeah, I've heard it all before, and I've been on the negative receiving end of that many times. So I'm gonna say no because I don't trust that. Let's say hypothetically, Josiah is being controlled like Nell initially thought. Then who's to say they haven't found a way to control the Sphinx?
That's fair.
He's very much not being controlled, by the way. It
Oh,
was pretty obvious by my poking around in his head and his reactions to things I said.
well, then we will have to figure out another means of clearing your name. But I would be weary of what Josiah may do to keep his secrets quiet. Stop playing with things. You dropped enough.
I've only dropped 3 times.
Well,
It's 3 times too many.
I say we all get ourselves cleaned up, as we have not gotten a proper cleaning since the sewers. Even though I'm sure Desmond poofed us, Nell doesn't feel clean. Nell does not feel clean. Wants to go bathe, and I will see you all at dinner, and we will have an in-depth conversation.
Are you saying we actually get a hot meal tonight?
I mean, we've been having hot meals on the road the whole time with the fires, but
It's not the same.
not ration food. Yes, not ration food.
And Kip's like, is there like a bed or something I get, or how's this work?
Oh, what if you want to show them to the barracks? I'm going straight to the showers.
We have plenty of vacancies, buddy.
I'm gonna hold on. he he kind of raises an eyebrow and he slowly starts to survey like how empty the guild hall is. He's like, yeah, you don't say, huh? And
You
then
don't even know the half of it, and I'll walk out.
he just walks over to a random bed and he's like, all right, I guess I'm claiming this one.
Oh, except that one.
He like throws it. He like tries to catch it like as it's leaving his hand. He like throws it in his rucksack and he's like, and he like looks at you and he's like,
I'm just joking. That's fine. Fist bumps his other half.
God damn it!
as you're walking by, he's just like, and as you all disperse, Quill Wise goes back to the chalkboard and starts planning more out. What's Desmond doing this whole time?
Desmond's in his trance, just being a part of what's going on without actually entering the guild hall.
Where is he standing at?
Just at the entrance, like the main doors to it.
He's just
like
standing there
kinda
like a weirdo.
He's sitting down on one of the steps.
Okay.
They're no good looking for him.
Doesn't take long.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
And Ava flutters by, like collides into Desmond, but like poofs away, and his eyes come back to black. What do we? He like stands up and dusts his pants off. What does everyone want for dinner?
Hang on, I gotta think of something here.
Counterspell.
You see this weird, no. um, Thinking back on it, how repaired was the tabard when you gave it to Quip? Kip.
It was damn near all together except the part where he like was initially holding it because he can't do spaces that big. So it looked like that's been patched in with similar cloth. And it's like of Desmond quality. It's just that's the one part you couldn't get to fix.
I understand. Well, I don't understand why you did what you did. But I do know that you are a part of this family, and what I said could have been harsh and over exaggerated. If you would like to come in, he'll take his tabard out of his bag and hand it over. Just don't destroy this one, or you won't be back.
Desmond like takes it and holds it up to his chest. I can't say I completely agree with every choice we make as the order. I feel like a lot of things we do aren't for the betterment of the people here, just so we can say we are doing the right thing. But what I am doing is truly because I feel it's going to help Amethil.
Just get a nod, and then Fran will just walk off and out to church.
Once Thrain walks away, he like unrolls it, holds it up to himself, and looks at the side.
puts a fucking crop top on it. Oh,
Miraculously, it's the perfect size.
Can fit around him twice, but it's super short.
It's gotta wear it sideways.
All right, you got to use your freaking AI magic to put him in a crop top tabard.
Easy. Desmond will like pack it up, like fold it up, put it in his bag, and go in, kind of wave the Quillwise, and head straight to the kitchen. Wave the Quillwise the back of his head. So I'm pretty sure he's not turning around.
Yep. You just hear him mumbling to himself as he's like drawing lines with a protractor connecting locations, and then you see him like meticulously erasing just the line not to disturb any of the other drawing, and he lines something else up and tries to do it.
He's so cute.
You're doing great. Keep it up.
No response. All right, so y'all bathe, get to doff any armor and actually like be normal. Unless someone else is trying to do it. Food is being prepped. I don't know if Desmond wants to
Desmond will.
like.
Desmond will cook.
Okay.
Fight away, Tay Lassie. Sit
no.
down, Miss Ombritash. I've got this.
Nell's mom is like starting to prepare dinner when you like come in. She's like, "Oh, you don't gotta worry about it tonight. You know you've been traveling for a while. Like I'm happy to do this."
Let me at least help then. It'll be nice to relax instead of how slouched over my tools.
And then she like gives you a little smile, and she's like, "All right, go over there, give me this. Go over there, give me this. I need this ingredient. I need this. I need this." And she's barking you all around the kitchen.
Oh no.
Reminds me of home.
And you know, after everybody gets composed and whatnot, you all have dinner at the big table. Again, first time that you've had like a fully prepared spread in front of you, and it's with you know, within the chambers of this area that has so much meaning and kind of weight of your guys' lives. And it's just one of those things that, like, regardless of where you all have meals, it always feels a little different here than it does anywhere else.
Did we get the gold back from Broderick yet?
Nell told him to. Told Quillwise to, so if he didn't, then no. At least they mentioned it because they were going to.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that they were leaving for Sea Bluff immediately, but
Yeah,
if he didn't pick it up, it's totally fine.
Yeah, so Broderick would have still been working on it unless. I mean, I assume that he probably wouldn't have delivered it.
Yeah.
Probably. It's not like it's
He's not
super
stealing
far
from his
away.
crew.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's not that he would be stealing. It's either it's still there or he would have delivered it. But I assume
Oh
that
no,
he,
it takes me 2 minutes to walk over there.
Yeah, it's 2 buildings away.
I mean, it's probably like 3-minute walk.
Sorry.
Yes.
5-minute round
Assuming
trip.
it would
It's
be
been
there.
kind of warm out. But yeah, so oh, so then at dinner, Quillwise would have been like, you know, a couple days after you guys left, you know, like, you know, days ago, Broderick from the store brought this over. I'm not sure what it is, but and he pulls out this this small like basket that's sort of wrapped in a brown paper, and it has Nell's name on it. And
Nell
he just
smiles
sets it in
wide.
front of you.
Nell smiles wide and opens it up. gathers up some things from inside and walks to each of her friends, her essentially brothers at this point, and to each of them presents a brooch that they can pin on their lapel or whatever they wish of the Eclipsean Order coat of arms.
You're like, one for you, one for you. Look at Kip, not you. One for you, one for you.
As the standing survivors of the original order, I felt it would be significant to hold on to the gold that was found, that was melted when we lost our friends, our brothers and sisters, our leader, so that we can always carry them with us and remember that we are here to bring peace. Nella's going to lift their glass and give the toast that Ilarion frequently gave at dinner. Megan does not have this memorized. It is okay. It does not need to be repeated.
As you give the toast, Quillwise would be saying it in tandem with you. Then sort of cheer everybody and take a sip of the wine. And, he's like,
to hang in Watcher's Rest. As we all know, these brooches were far from the amount of gold. They pull out the much larger coat of arms symbol of the Eclipsean Order to hang in Watcher's Rest above our fallen friends.
Quillwise tears up a little bit. Like, you don't realize how much you miss everyone until everybody gets back together, and it's nice
not
having
like
you
we're
all back.
Just out anymore. It's a reminder that they're gone. The table's hard to look at. It's very empty.
It's a little large too.
Yes, we'll fill it again. Someday.
Well, we have 2 new members.
2.
Third one's on the way.
I wouldn't really call my mother much of a member, more of a caretaker. But certainly a part
Man.
of the group.
As
Not
you say
gonna
that,
let
she,
your
like,
mom into the order.
she takes a like piece of like cooked potato and like throws it at you when you say that.
I'll call you a member, don't worry.
Right.
You have to
We'll
deal with
Nell
walk
us.
catches
in,
it.
it's fine.
In their mouth. From across the room.
Okay, fine. You're a member, Mom. Are you happy?
She has to deal with him all day.
Mom of
You
the
pointing
group.
at Quillwise.
The keeper of Quillwise, the most important member. Make sure he doesn't starve to death.
I don't need a sitter.
How long has it been since you've slept?
How long have you been since you slept?
Oh, you sound just like him.
And there was something more I wanted to talk about while we sat here. Something that Roderick had brought up on our ride back. The goals of the Eclipsean Order are noble. They're brave. And they're well meaning, for the best of things. And they would work wonderfully in a society that was not on the brink of civil war and swarming with greed and those clamoring for power. But at this point, I think it's time to stop sitting around and waiting for orders to come in and just go help when people request it. It's time to try to start chasing out the evil, the greed, those who would put down others, try to climb over them, those like Josiah, those taking advantage, those seeking power for the sake of power, not for the betterment of others. I think it's time that we stop being so tolerant that we are allowing intolerance to grow.
Roderick tears up.
It's quiet at the table for a moment, and while you're saying it, Kip gives you a little here, um, and Quillwise says, "Valerian would be proud. You've come into your own and started to see things. I'm not confident that we have the strength to execute those plans, though."
No, not yet. But I don't plan to sit around. And I don't plan to let just anyone take over my nation. Not that I could ever be on my own, the one to say what is and is not right for the entirety of Amethil. But I think that all of us want peace and what is good for our people, strong enough to know that we could make decisions that would prevent someone who is unfit to rule from taking control. It's been so long since Bardrock's been back, and everyone's becoming so restless. We don't want him to be gone, but
This man goes back to eating. Lost him.
you're missing that but part there. But it's only right that somebody steps up in the meantime. We have to make sure it's the right person.
But who has the authority to say which person is right?
Oh, I'm not saying that we truly have that authority. But I'm saying we drop the non-biased.
And
We start fighting for what we believe is correct, what is morally just for all of Amethil.
which I feel for decades we have done. I just don't think we've been quite in this unique of a situation where,
It's coming to a boil.
yeah. So I ask you all, who do you feel should be the rightful ruler of Amethil?
It is not Josiah. But I'm sure you could have figured that was our take on him. I can't say I know enough about Morgan or San or say Sarah. I can't even remember the name of him. That shows how good I am.
Well, not him.
Listen, I just know that I wouldn't be able to make that judgment without meeting them and learning more about their ideals.
Well, we know that the ideals of the people of Amethil are for there to be no leader and to let each region and town govern themselves. Zahn would likely attempt to follow in Vardrak's footsteps, but he doesn't necessarily have the power nor, frankly, the charisma to do so. And Morgan would likely push towards a warrioristic nation that was hell-bent on fighting and power. And then Josiah's Grimlek Dashul. He like spouts out curses in Gnomish. And then I guess our final option is turns and looks at Desmond.
What was the name of the bro who's leading all of Sand Scale?
The representative.
Sheer.
Sheer? I pronounce that?
Sheer? Yo,
Yeah.
what's his deal?
Well, that's the people of Amethil. Like
Oh.
like
Sorry, my
they're-
brain went to the people of Amethil, not...
No, that's like the faction. Like he doesn't.
Yes.
He isn't their leader, and like if you like called him the leader, he'd like correct you quickly. And I'm like, oh whoa, hold on there. But like he's just become like sort of the voice of it. But really, like the whole purpose of their movement is like for there to be no leadership. Like
Anarchy.
well, not necessarily anarchy, but just like self-governing bodies. Like we've survived this long without the need of like a monarchy. Like why do we need a monarchy all of a sudden? Is kind of the thought of that. And out of all of them, they're probably like the minority, I would say. Just because most people are, you know, when you talk about like lead follower, get out of the way, most people are the get out of the way type. So
Got it.
and just understand that the moment we start operating with one faction in favor over the others, we start gaining enemies with the other factions. Our neutrality has allowed us to move freely amongst all the factions and operate as a generalized peacekeeper. The moment that we throw that out the window, we need to be prepared for that fallout.
We've already clearly lost all freedom of movement in Dorian. Granted, that is just one city, but it's not as if their reach does not spread a bit farther
For now.
for now.
We will work on a way that he like turns and looks at Roderick. Everyone can agree is an approach that we'd be willing to do. And we will deal with that as it happens.
I mean, to get what we need done, I don't think we can tarnish the name of the Eclipsean Order. We can use it when it is advantageous, but when we need to get some things done, we need to shed all relations to it, kind of work both sides.
I understand.
It's not as if we walk around in our taverns every single day. Not every movement is one of the order. And I know you were saying siding with one group or the other puts a target on us for the other groups. I honestly don't believe I'm for any of these groups.
No, alien takeover is not an option.
Yeah, that like any form of judgment that is like, and you know how I feel about protecting those of my plane.
But also,
Well, we can work together for sure.
if things go tits up and everybody's just insisting on fighting and we're hit a point where there's nothing more we can do,
Then we win.
I was promised to be royalty uh, under Desmond's rule, so we can only help so much, but I'd rather side with the devil that I know.
Well, I personally have remained neutral for so long that as long as my research and our freedoms aren't impeded, I don't care who oversees it. If I had to pick the
Perking up
poison,
in his chair at this point.
as he's looking at you, he's like, if I had to pick one today, I would go with Zahn. Just because, as Roderick said, the devil that you already know, he was close to how it was before, and it's hard to argue that things were definitely better before than they are now. Could it be better? Potentially. Could it be worse? Definitely. But ultimately, I'm neutral in this, so if you all feel strongly one way or the other, I will support.
At this point, Nell just raises their glass again and goes, "For the good of Amethil and the eventual peace."
Already finished my drink.
This is like my third or
John's
fourth
like,
one.
hold on, I have an actual gallon here.
I had a coffee at the start of the stream. Got the prime. Got a bunch of water. I'm good to go.
I have this, but it's green screened.
Oh, I was wondering.
Oh, I was
why
gonna
it's black.
say that
I
looks
was like,
cool.
what sort of
You're right.
edition shit is this?
That new Sprite.
It's disappointed us all.
Right.
Yeah, we're like, what is this black Sprite you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Oh, I'm so.
It's
fucking
not
angry.
like that's not Sprite Zero.
It's the
It's not
It's the-
Diet Sprite. What is this? What's going on?
like think of what McDonald's Sprite tastes like.
They can't
It's
do it.
twice as staticky as that.
It was about to buy them in bulk.
Right. Ooh, black Sprite. What is this? Oh. Fuck. Vote for Desmond. We have black Sprite.
Son of a bitch. I'm in.
Sold. So dinner continues, and the mood gets a little lighter as you all start to rest and relax a little bit more. Kawhi says, "All right, well, we need to start making moves. So decide which ones you want to make first."
I know the plan was originally now to travel across Sandscale, going around the collapsing rise and up towards Frostmire, so we could attempt to figure out if we could restart the transport. Is that something that's still an item we wish to do?
I think there was a reason why we were going up there. Was it one of the cases we had?
I don't see any pins up there.
Oh, no,
Case-
we
no,
need to
case
escort
4.
someone.
Yeah.
At Dune Scrawl.
Yes, I'm talking about like near. I thought he was talking about near Frostmire. Why we're
Yeah.
all the way up.
Like
We're escorting someone to there.
yeah.
Oh.
At
okay.
Dune Scrawl, that's the case is someone requested an escort.
Got it.
I
Oh.
don't think any of these small jobs serve us any purpose at the moment.
Other
I
than,
agree.
Other than swinging in Churchill and picking up Lyra for joining the order potentially.
Hey, Kip, I got your first job.
Speaking of,
He's like stuffing his face with food. He's like, huh?
we have an extra horse for Kip.
Yeah, I mean, you probably got like few extra.
I thought those horses died. But yeah,
Weren't
we
those
probably got
horses
new horses.
torched?
Probably got a few extra.
Making sure.
And like as you say, like these small jobs aren't worth it anymore. Quillwise is like, and he like points over towards the door, and there's like a basket with just paper just stacked up in it.
We'll have
Randall,
to
get
sort
up,
through
walk
and
over, grab him.
search for anything urgent or
For-
relevant.
It's like urgent is subjective. Some of these may have been here a while.
We were gone a while. Like,
For the Abyss Kissed, there are more pressing tasks at hand than escorting a person.
Quillwise like, Kip, consider this a promotion.
I take it Kip doesn't even flinch at the mention of Hibiscus and all this stuff. Have we already told him about us being the Hibiscus and anything
Not
about that?
really.
I didn't think so.
No.
I mean, we mentioned primordial malevolence, and he's heard all about the crown and all that stuff, and that we're somehow involved. But
Yeah, at this point, unless you're talking directly to him, he's kind of just like not there.
This is crazy.
he's focused on the this food's pretty fucking good.
You guys just start talking about all like the guild shit that he wasn't a part of, and he's just like,
He's like, oh, the good of the people versus just trying to keep peace. Yeah, I'm there for that. Fuck yeah, woo!
pretty much.
But
Then back to his food.
woo, these mashed potatoes are great.
But yeah, I mean, if you wanna look through them, you can look through them, Thrain. I don't know if you have much buy-in from the rest of the group to do any of them, but
I just want to know what they have here because if
Yeah, Nell would
anything,
also like to
the-
peek through just in case anything seems like it might be a lead on our stuff.
the whole thing started off one of these jobs.
yeah, I
Elm
mean,
Hollow.
so is there anything in particular you're looking for in these? Because like most of them are going to be run of the mill, like need assistance with wild animals. Like you get some from more up north that's saying like, the adventurers of Amethil are increasing their foothold in some of the smaller towns there, where they're becoming like essentially like trial by combat. They're becoming like the leads in certain areas. That's just how they operate. So I mean, is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Anything along the lines of what we've been dealing with, any fiendish activity, any occult activity.
Nell is looking for anything that is in those towns that Quillwise has marked off on the map.
Okay. Thrain, you see one that talks about a break-in at the temple in Orchard Shore.
When's the date on it?
Probably about. There's I don't know if there's even dates on it really. It was
No.
at the bottom of the pile though, so it probably came in not too long after you guys left the last time.
Hey, Quillwise. Slide it over to him. Would this have helped?
In hindsight, yes, but that would assume that we can go to every one of these.
I'm gonna expand that. Looking through anything involving a church.
A church, no.
Okay.
The closest thing that you would have that is making the criteria that you guys have told me would be that in the northern parts of the Towering Wilds, in a small little settlement called Pinegrave, which used to be essentially just like it used to be just like a smuggler's cove, that eventually turned into people settling there and becoming a small city. That some of the ground near them has been dug up. Like they've been like someone has been trying to exhume something, but there's no religious tie back to it. There's no anything of mention in there, but the fact that at night they are noticing new holes being dug.
Is Pinegrave one of the original settlements?
It is. Back then, it was only like 3 buildings, and it's turned into like a full city at this point. But yeah, it is one of the original ones on the map there.
I think we might need to make haste for Pinegrave.
Cool. Is anything in your text about Pinegrave? Any significance?
No. It has very little lore to it. Up until relatively recently, there wasn't much to even mention.
What happened recently?
Well, I mean, over the last 100 or so years, it started to actually build a populace. But it started with just sailors and one that got docked here ended up building a house, and then as towns go, people started to migrate in from one way or another, and it's expanded in size. But outside of that original small settlement of a few huts, nothing really has happened there over the time. As I said, the only reason I even have it on here is just because it was a settlement back then.
Was there anything specific about Elm Hollow, or is it just the settlement back then? And, well, the location of where it's at.
Elm Hollow was one of the original ones, but based on what you all told me, I think that the significance of there is
The birthplace.
exactly. And then he's like pointing to the different areas. He's like, but if we're trying to figure things out, I mean, Dune Scrawl, Sand Scale, Sea Bluff. These are all areas where there were settlements. Waylow, not that it means much now, but where Dracarius was, Clevenskar was one of the original settlements.
No one's been back to that pit.
No,
Surrounded by hell beasts, so it's not exactly a safe place to go. Not that I don't think we could handle ourselves at this point, but
Who said that they were surrounded by hell beasts? Is that a reliable source, or is that just rumor?
it's just rumor.
looks to
Thought
Quillwise.
we heard a rumor that it was surrounded by, or not surrounded, but patrolled by someone.
I've heard 20 different stories about that place. The only thing reliable that I know is that at one point, both Durian and Sea Bluff have sent patrols out to there that never came back.
Were any of those patrols abyss-kissed?
He's like, well, not. See what you did there. Wow.
If Durian and Seabuff both sent out patrols there, and word is that they never came back, maybe our opposed also heard the same, and they are also weary of going near that place. And if that is one of the original towns, maybe if we can survive there, we may find a clue that will put us a step ahead of them for once.
Definitely worth a shot. The only caution I would
Great
have
caution.
outside of the obvious is if everything has been happening at temples and churches, that's not there anymore.
Among all of your books, do you have anything that was old maps that had the city that was before Dracarius there? So we would know whereabouts, if there were a church, it might be located?
Yeah, I'm sure I could find an old Cleven Scar map.
It would be, I think, beneficial to have maps of Dracarius and Clevenskar to around the outside of the crawl, of course. Maybe see if there's any signs of mysterious runes of some sort that maybe we can sense that others can't because we are Abyss-Kissed. Or
Well,
perhaps we'll have some sort of sign of the crown.
if we're looking for these runes and looking for pieces of this crown, we need to find one before. We just need to find one.
Yes.
As soon as we get a lead, as soon as we get a piece and know what we're doing, then we can start planning our next step with certainty rather than just grasping at straws.
Agreed.
Where I'm not opposed to going to Carrion Crawl, I do feel like perhaps starting with Dune Scrawl might be a better choice. And no, not with tabards, because we don't want the person who's there hoping for us to help them to be trying to drag us off to escort them across the nation, but to investigate, to see what we can figure out about what could possibly be for a fragment of the crown, if it may be there, as it is closest in the sense of it being together still.
Dune Scroll and Sand Scale can be our next two stops. We can pry, investigate, and if we are still 2-3 steps behind, then we take riskier actions and we go to Carrion. How does that sound?
I agree with that.
Yeah. Let's do that.
There's no other. Elm Hollows and Durian were the only two relatively close to where Sand Scale was originated, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So that's a big ways out of the way of anything else that may be a potential lead.
yeah,
And
and if we
Sea
go to
Bluff.
Carrion Crawl, we'll just continue through after that to Waylow.
Yeah. Okay.
And hopefully within the next few days, I get the final chapter of the Archmage's collection, and maybe some of that'll have more information.
Now, are you sure that's the final chapter?
It's the final one that I don't have.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Are you? You have every other one.
Yes, well, unless he has something in the margin of this one that says another book that I don't know about, but yes, this should be everything.
Okay.
If you find any information that we are lacking, any bit of the slightest lead, let us know and we will turn on our heels and head straight to it.
Mom, would you be okay with going through what
With us?
missions come in?
Oh.
I said mom. Mommy Desmond?
I thought you were asking your mom to come with us.
No. Mom,
I could
would
whip
you be
her up
okay
some
with
armor
going through
tonight.
the letters that get received as they arrive and looking through them for anything that would be relevant? I'm sure that Quillwise has talked your ear off about many things in the whole situation. You are very well aware of all of this, so anything that seems somewhat like it might be relevant, if you could reach us on the sending stone and let us know what's going on.
Well, Quillwise talks at me more than to me, but yes.
Yeah.
And if you want, I can also start prioritizing some of these and either look into some of them myself or figure out which ones we can have Kip do. Assuming you're okay with that. He's just
I think we wait for your old teacher to arrive before we start sending Kip out on his own.
Agreed.
Not that he's going to accompany him, but
just so we have at least someone else here stationed for things. And while we're out, we'll just do our best to find recruits when we're doing official good girl and boy business.
and no running around screaming we're hiring.
Yeah.
More us trying to do the good things. If people help, if people want to assist us, those are the people that we need.
Yes. Those that show promise and those that show the drive to wanting to help others in some way or another.
All right. Then it's settled. So you're all heading out to Dune Scrawl and then Sandscale.
Yes.
Yes.
And just be warned with Sandscale that the structure that used to be there is not the structure that is there now. Sandscale was built on the remains of an old temple. That temple is where Orcus managed to come to the material plane and was defeated.
That temple probably houses a portion of the crown, considering it is so ancient.
That temple was destroyed during the battle, and as a tribute, a new temple was built on the grounds, and that's what eventually the buildings built around it became Sandscale.
I do feel like it's certainly a good place to look, considering Orcus was already from the hells, was he not?
He was.
So, there's part of me that feels I would not be surprised if there was a fragment of the crown in Sandscale.
Well, if three of these locations that have been matching your pattern have already seen some type of attack in search for the runes or the crowns, and Sandscale is matching up with one of the original locations, I'm willing to place a lot on that there is something there. It
I
doesn't
would.
matter if it's been destroyed already, there is something of significance that we can uncover, whether if it's we're the first ones uncovering it or if we're still following in their footsteps, trailing behind them, some kind of clue.
Agreed. Sandscale and Sea Bluff are two likely areas, as they would have been prominent locations in the early days of Amethil. And I wouldn't quite say I have a pattern down yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. If I had the pattern, we wouldn't be trailing behind.
If have you been looking at all of this under the assumption that it's following a singular pattern? Or are
I've
you going in with the good and evil might be two different patterns?
I hadn't thought of that. I'm haven't really nailed down a theory yet, other than at some point it can't be a coincidence. And I'm sure I could figure it out given more time with the data we have, but time is not a currency we are rich in. So I either need more data or need to look at something different.
If you ever get stumped, a lot of magic relies on balance. Look for, I mean, if we're looking for these crowns, there may be a light side and a dark side to this, which follow two separate patterns. That might be something to go off of.
I'll consider it. Feel free to like kind of just gestures to the chalkboard. If you see something I don't, point it out.
Desmond will go up and look at the overall map and what he's done so far.
Sure. If you want, give me like a investigation roll. See if you can figure something out. Um, yeah, I mean, you're looking at it, and I mean, looking at what he already has kind of drawn out, and you can see where it's been erased and whatnot. Like, you're not seeing anything additional that he didn't see currently. Um, but it's kind of overwhelming looking at like just everything on here. It's basically just like a 10-foot by 6-foot chalkboard drawing of Amethil with just scribbles and erases everywhere.
Mm.
So it's not easy to discern anything. We'll figure it out.
Desmond's gonna like open up his book that he has attached to his side and using his artifice tools copy over what he sees onto a page.
Okay.
And like without any of the erased marks and stuff, so it's a little bit cleaner. Then he'll close that for his own investigations later on.
Yeah. And then while you're doing that, Quillwise will bring over a book, and he'll flip to a page that has like an old map of Clevenscar on it for you to jot that down.
Yep. He'll put that in the next page over.
and then I'm sure you all have maps and whatnot of the current areas. But if you want one of like Dracaria specifically, like probably has like a laminated version of it or some bougie shit that was handed out.
Sure.
On the back of it's got like a picture of Vardrog like this.
I was gonna say, where's
There's
the
a map on the
picture?
back of these. I've had this framed in my room for ages.
Signed by Vardrock himself with the stamp.
Exactly.
It's like to Billy.
It's not my name.
Of course it's not. Get out of here. Get out of here, Billy.
Always put the jokes.
Yeah, so he gives you all that. Any other preparation anybody wants to make?
No, sir.
Thrain's gonna sleep in the bed tonight.
Oh yeah, we are.
Oh yeah.
I don't care. He will veto leaving tonight. I don't care. He's sleeping in his bed.
Oh, Desmond gets to go to his room. His private quarters again.
He's got a tent. He's always got private quarters.
Tent's the size of his fucking shoe closet back home.
I'm sure this room is too.
Desmond, give me a perception roll.
Who touched my shit?
Don't worry about it.
You notice that your room has been tidied up.
No.
Just opens
Damn
the
it, Tim
room.
Lassie!
So happy to be home. Opens the door, smiling, and just a single tear.
Still smiling, but just dead behind the eyes.
I mean, how long were we gone? 'Cause I
Like a
know.
month.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 weeks plus 11 days.
I'd
So,
say
25
we
days.
we went to Durian. We were gone for a fortnight. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Plus the days it took to get to Durian.
Yeah.
So what was that then? 4 days to get to Durian or so.
Yeah, 4 days to Durian on horseback on the roads, I think.
Yeah. So 29 days you guys have been gone.
A month.
Yeah.
A month and a day technically.
Isn't the months here?
28-day months.
Oh, there's 28 days. Okay. I'm like, I thought I said 20. Thought it said 29. Okay.
You did?
Yeah, 28 days. So yeah, you guys have been gone a month, and every room in the guild hall has been cleaned.
Desmond's sitting on his bed, his legs crossed, rocking back and forth, staring at a blank wall.
What?
He knew where everything was.
I mean, I would assume that there was probably nothing like out of order really, like naturally, like Desmond doesn't leave things out of order, but it would be like the bed's been like made a little differently, and like if there's anything like on the shelves, they've been kind of stacked
She
and
dusted.
like blocked and faced. Yeah, basically. So it wouldn't be like it's tore up or anything. But with a 19, Desmond notices that like it's not exactly like Desmond left it. It's clean. It's just not exactly how Desmond left it.
Usually when you make your bed, you have your pillows in a specific order. And they're not in that order.
Alright, well, then instead of doing any kind of research or anything, Desmond will take about 4 hours to make sure everything is in its place and how he wants it.
And say, if possible, what time is it?
At this point, I mean, you guys just had dinner and everything, so late evening.
Okay. Thrain's gonna Do we have time for a downtime activity?
Is that where your mind's going?
Uh-huh.
Sure.
3 claws. I'm trying to make another dagger out of these claws.
Sure. Go ahead and roll with advantage, as you have a lot more access to things at the guild house than you do on the road. That is a notch in the right direction. That's your second one, right?
Second, that'd be the third dagger I've made. Because it starts to the third dagger.
Oh, so you're just making the dagger from scratch. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be the third dagger then.
Because I have to use it tonight. Can I re-roll that 5? See if it's any better.
Sure.
Because I have to use it tonight.
Sure.
We're getting ready to go to bed.
Sure. You don't have to use it to re-roll shit. You can also like do things with it, but yeah,
Yeah, no.
do it the lame way.
Alright.
That's fine. That'd have been your chance to like say like, hey, can I use this to say that this happens when I make it and it's this and this? But nah, you decide to re-roll with it and be boring. All right. So on that note, everybody heads to sleep, and you are all preparing for your venture out to Doomscroll tomorrow, aka next week. Because y'all are lame and don't want to stay up till 4 in the morning playing. But if you do, let me know, because I had enough coffee to keep going.
Any other week? Possibly.
Adam had no sleep though.
No.
See? Lame. Cool. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week for episode 24. And then we also have the next episode of Floating Isles of Etheria. Not tomorrow, the following week. And yeah. And as I said last time, I'm not going to raid out because we're on Twitch and on YouTube. And it just don't make sense to do that. So, on that note, everyone have a great night, and we will see you next week.